Hello everyone and welcome to round 3 coverage of the 2014 Rumble presented by Matt Schlabach. I'm your host Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are going to be covering lead card action here today, and it's going to be a windy one. Hopefully we're going to beat the rain. We know we've had enough of it this year at all of our other PDGA events. In the lead we've got Paul McBeth, and right behind him Paul Ulibarri, Will Schusterick, and local phenom Adam Olson. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We're going to walk you around the 24 holes at Westlake Park in Davenport, Iowa. Let's get to the action.
Hi, my name is Matt Schlabach. Welcome to Quad Cities. I'm excited to have everyone out here for the Rumble. We got some great courses and some great weather. It's going to be a pretty challenging weekend. I hope you enjoy the action.
Paul Ulibarri second to tee with his disc carrying slightly left. Very good looking shot. Third on the tee here is Will Schusterick. And Will hits a tree on the right hand side. And Adam Olson hits a tree on the left-hand side. It does carry slightly down the fairway. And that's your leader card. Paul McBeth in the lead. Paul Ulibarri just behind him. Will Schusterick and Adam Olson to round out our lead card. And let's get to the wind.
Welcome to the final round of the Rumble in Davenport, Iowa. I'm on hole 1 at Westlake Park. And I'm going to show you how to play it. There's water behind the basket about 80 feet. Now I throw a 400G D4 roller. It's about 165 grams. It actually was my girlfriend's disc. Works good as a roller. Hopefully it works out.
We are walking down the fairway here on hole 1. Thank you everyone for tuning in to our SmashboxxTV production. As you can see, there is an incredible amount of wind out here. They're talking about a constant 25 to 35 mile per hour wind. Looks like first to throw is going to be Adam Olson. We're going to work on adjusting all of our levels here to make sure that we want to give you a feel for this wind, but at the same time we don't want to blow you out entirely with it. This is Adam from one knee. He has a very challenging shot with facing into a direct headwind. Next to throw will be Will Schusterick. Hole 1 here is perched on the hillside, which fades down toward the water. The water is a good 60 to 80 feet beyond the basket. That looks like a pretty solid shot by Will Schusterick, and then you saw the wind just pick it up off that bounce. He should be okay, but just one little indicator of how this wind is going to affect these throws today. in to try and fight the wind. Hopefully that sits down. It looks like it has. Running joke that I've been saying to all these top players this morning has been, welcome to Texas. This is very similar to the weather we had in Texas as we watch Paul Ulibarri approach up to the basket. Very nice shot by Paul. And we expect a layup here out of Paul McBeth. And he has done so and hit the pin. Looking for that tap-in 3 here today to protect this lead. I have a feeling pars will be ideal in these conditions. It's going to be tough to be aggressive out here with such windy conditions. And after hitting within 20 feet of the basket, Will Schusterick's disc had picked up and carried at least 50 feet downhill. And although it carried slightly right, he's going to leave himself with a 15-footer, 10 to 15-footer, which will still be no gimme today into this headwind. Less than 20 feet, Adam's putt is a little low. And Schusterick's putt almost came all the way back out after touching the bottom of the basket. Adam and Paul will all tap in. There you have it. That is our first hole here at the round 3 coverage of the 2014 Rumble. I'm the Disc Golf Guy. Let's check out hole 2.
I'm Kyle Webster. We're here at Westlake Park at the Rumble, hole 2. It's 285 feet over water. If you don't make it across, there's a drop zone. I throw a 300s PA1, give it a little hyzer and let it turn.
Will, Adam.
Bye.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And while we wait here on a backup on hole 2, we can move over and check out some of the action that's happening here on 23. As you can see, 23's basket plays even closer to the water than hole 1's does. Unfortunately for these players, we do not see the wind or the conditions getting any better today. In fact, there's only the likelihood of them getting worse. Looking for that to sit. Oh, nice shot. Check out more of the action. These players are waiting on hole 2. Hole 2, not incredibly challenging. However, there's already a slight backup. I feel that we're going to see a lot of those today. Players will definitely have to learn how to manage the wind today, or do their best at least. It's going to be very challenging. And as we watch these players here on hole 23 tap out, we're going to adjust a few of our settings here to see if that's any better for you guys. We are looking for feedback as to if that works out any better. We're going to try to attempt to fix this wind condition as best as we can on our end. Of course, I can't work any magic for the wind for the players, but we're hoping that we can adjust wind for you. We overhear some of the players talking about just how long of a round it's going to be, saying 4 hours is what they were anticipating, but already maybe more than that. Again, we aren't even on the second hole yet, and we are already backed up. So hopefully that's not too much of an indicator of how long this is going to take. It looks like they have cleared here on hole 2. We are going to move over to the action. Paul McBeth taking a par 3 on the first hole. And let's move on to hole 2. Looking like he's going to go with a disc change here. And it looks like he is caught up on the left-hand side. And somehow it had rolled into the water. Beth has found himself OB, and all of the players are really just standing around wondering what in the world they're going to do to attack these holes. Paul Ulibarri on the tee. And it was a brief moment of calmness. Paul throwing something very overstable, looking for the turnover shot, and he's put himself up there. He should at least be able to get a par from there. And Will Schusterick also switching up his disc selection. Absolutely gorgeous just shot, which looks like it should be in a few feet from the pin. Fourth on the tee, carding a double bogey 5 on the first hole is Adam Olson. Adam going with the big hyzer route, playing that slight right to left wind. Looks like to be safe and on the left hand side. And move to the drop zone. As you can see, it's a little bit wet and somewhat treacherous here down as we walk the path around over to hole 2's pin. Paul McBeth, after hitting a tree and then kicking backward into the water, is going to play from the drop zone. Shot carries up and to the left. The wind still got a hold of that, although it was a short approach shot. The wind still got under it and carried it far left. It's going to have a very challenging putt from there. Adam Olson's going to be next to throw. Olson's shot had carried up and over the basket. He may have found himself out of bounds depending if he got a roll on that. Adam makes a fantastic putt from 28 feet. And McBeth has come up just a bit short, putting into that direct headwind. Looks like he's going to take double circle 5 here on hole 2. And Ulibarri from 22 feet also comes up just a bit short. And Schusterick 2 strokes on Paul McBeth. So very crucial hole here on hole 2. Only 285 feet yet. Proved to be very challenging for our leader card.
I'm Will Schusterick. This is hole 3. It's 434 feet with a dog leg right. OB in the parking lot. It's a par 3, but pretty tough to get 2 on it.
All right, we are waiting on Beth to catch up with the rest of the group. To the left, give himself a shot at the opening on the right hand side where the pin is. And Adam hugs the right hand side, however finishes right in the center of the fairway. Fairway. He should be near Paul and Wells. There's your tee shots. We're here on hole 3 at Westlake Park. Leader card action of the 2014 Rumble. As we are walking up the fairway here on hole 3, we're going to adjust our settings one more time, hoping that our audio is a little bit better for you. And Olson throwing a forehand shot around the corner, which is where the pin is located. Next to throw will be Paul Ulibarri. Paul has thrown a very nice shot down near the pin that is tucked away in the corner. McBeth with a very awkward lie, pinned up against a picnic table, is thrown very nicely to within 20 feet of the pin. Schusterick has a very nice looking approach shot to within 10 feet of the pin as well. Very nice shots. And just by a few inches, Adam Olson is out of bounds. And a good putt by Adam to save his bogey 4. And McBeth puts in for his par 3. Schusterick will do the same, as will Ulibarri. And there you have it. That is hole 3 here at Westlake Park. Very challenging par 3. We're going to move on to hole 4. We'll go down by the water side.
Hi, my name is David Casas, representing Team Iron Line. We're here at Westlake. I've got about 312-foot hole here, and I'm going to throw a buzz. See what we can do.
I'm sure that was for free.
As the players are clearing off here on hole 4, there is a slight lapse in wind, which seems to be, I believe we are protected by the wind or by the trees that are over here. It is almost dead calm where we're standing at the moment. However, as soon as the players get out past the trees on that right-hand side, you can tell by the water that's down there that the wind is still howling. After a birdie on 2 and a par on 3, Will Schusterick is next on the tee here on hole 4. Schusterick throwing a very nice shot, which does get a little bit of a skip. Should be fine. Going with the forehand. I expect to see that out of most of the players here on this card. And just a bit short is Ulibarri shot. Very nice. And McBeth deciding to go straight up the middle here and gets a nasty skip off to the left. Again, I believe the wind is picking up down near that basket. And here's Olson lining up for a forehand shot. hitting a final tree near the basket. So there you have it. There's your tee shots. Let's check the wind back out and we get down near the basket. Thank you everyone for tuning in to our coverage of the Rumble presented by Matt Schlabach. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are in Davenport, Iowa at Westlake Park for the third and final round action. So far we have been pleasantly surprised by a little bit of sunshine. The wind is as expected. And if we continue to get lucky, we may be able to avoid some of the rain and precipitation that we've seen the rest of this year. And after throwing his hyzer shot, it looks like McBeth may have carried all the way to the water, which I don't think anyone was necessarily anticipating after seeing his original shot. This is going to be a place where McBeth is actually going to for sure give up a few strokes to some of his card members, as there are a couple people that are within birdie opportunity here. So McBeth's looking to get up and down and just card his bogey 4 and move on. And this approach will not be easy. He's got more than 100 feet up this hill. And he's put it within 15. This is Adam Olson for his birdie opportunity. He has about 35 feet to the pin and is decided just to lay it up and play it smart. It would be a challenging putt even without wind. However, today, very easy decision for Adam Olson. If Ulibarri can make this putt, I believe he will have the outright lead, erasing the 5-stroke deficit that he was down to Paul McBeth to start this round. And he gets it to stick. Very nice birdie putt by Paul Ulibarri. Schusterick is left with less than 15 feet to the pin for his birdie opportunity. He's also looking to pick up 2 strokes on McBeth. And Schusterick makes good as well. Ulibarri and Schusterick picking up 2 strokes on Paul McBeth here on hole 4. And Adam Olson carding the par 3. Let's move on to hole 5.
My name's Will Schusterick. I'm on hole 5 at Westlake Park. It's 723 feet. It's one of the most challenging holes on the course. It's a par 5. Basket goes all the way across the water. Usually lay up over there to the left and try to get to the basket from there. Hopefully you're putting for 3, but 4 is a pretty good score on this hole. Tee pad's a little off.
We are here on hole 5 watching Greg Barsby.
Yeah!
And Greg Barsby liking his shot, as does the leader card.
Barsby, that was the best shot anybody's ever thrown.
That was pretty good. Hey, great. Hi, everybody. Welcome to my bag. Yeah, there you go. Welcome to my bag. A lot of tricks in here. Maybe a couple brewskis, but that's for later. What I like about throwing the best shot, you chill out for a second, they're going to go handle what they got to handle.
We landed on the flat by the lilies. Throw there.
Y'all having fun out here? Everybody having a good time? A couple people.
As you can probably tell, the wind is absolutely howling out here, as these players are going to be throwing into almost a direct headwind here on one of the most challenging holes on the course. We are seeing some of the players from the second card.
He does have a rolling refrigerator.
And with that being said, we can go ahead and bring you a score update. Playing all par 3s, we can tell you that Paul McBeth is 3 over. Paul Ulibarri is in fact 1 under. Will Schusterick is also 1 under. And Adam Olson is 3 over. So through 4 holes, we have McBeth at 3 over, Ulibarri at 1 under, Schusterick at 1 under, and Adam Olson at 3 over. However, if you're looking at the course par, we're showing you the map that you may have seen online. You'll see that they rate hole 1 and hole 3 as par 4s. Holes 2 and 4 are par 3s. So try not to confuse you, but with that being said, there is your score update. Have our players and gallery all hanging out here. This is hole 5's tee area. Not exactly a gorgeous day to be out watching disc golf live with this constant 30-mile-an-hour wind. However, we're glad you're tuned in to SmashboxxTV, checking it out online everywhere. Please like, share, watch, tweet, whatever you need to do. Go ahead and spread the word that live disc golf is going on out here at Westlake Park. In the meantime, I think what we'll do is we'll move up to the median here that intersects with hole 5. We'll move up to the hole 13 median and we'll see if we can check out some of the action from the women that appear to be coming back across the median. One of the advantages of our backup is we can see some of the action from other cards. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we have Ashley Vitchie, wife of the very famous and touring pro Dana Vitchie. Ashley has gone up and over and has likely gone out of bounds on the other side into that lake. What we're looking at right now is hole 13, which plays nearly 900 feet. You see these cement barriers, which are approximately halfway down the fairway on this 900-foot hole. It'd be fair to say that both the men's and women's divisions alike are not having a great time out here, as this wind has just brutally in our face. As these women are playing hole 13, the wind is at their back. However, it is not making it any more enjoyable, I'm sure, for them. Looks like soon we will have our leader card ready to go on their tee shots. Discussing exactly where they went, who was last in bounds, and at what point. Not that I'm a professional weatherman by any means, but this is even probably stiffer than 30 miles an hour wind that is just a constant in our face. Unfortunately, that did not get up onto the flat spot, so I'm going to assume that has gotten up and rolled into the water on that right-hand side for her. If we can, we'll move over to second card action, as they are about to, a few of them are throwing their approach shots, or shall I say approach drives. We have, I believe that is Big Germ Coaling. And he has gone out and over, and the entire group cheers for him, as it was a very excellent shot throwing into that wind. And we are on the tee live with Will Schusterick. next to tee will be Paul Ulibarri. And holding on to just one stroke over Paul Ulibarri right now is Paul McBeth. And Paul throws an excellent shot. He's going to have awkward footing with that rock, but he is inbounds, and he'll have his opportunity to get a par or possibly even a birdie. As we were walking this median, as I said, this is actually an intersection where players will throw this route on hole 5 and then also turn around and come back this way on hole 13. And we are going to back up and find Adam's shot. And Adam seemed to have stayed up on top. He's going to have a good look at a pin, although it will not be an easy shot. Adam hoping for a little bit of headwind to lift that up, and unfortunately it did not. We're going to move over to find where Will Schusterick had landed. Adam Olson's going to have to be throwing from the water's edge. Paul giving him a spot. Anytime you go out of bounds, you have the option to throw from where you previously threw from, or where the spot where you were last in bounds. In this case, Adam did not make it to the left-hand side, so he will be throwing from where he was last in bounds, which is right here at this water's edge. And that may have been a wrong disc selection, as Adam threw that to the right and out into the middle of the lake. And that barely squeaks in bounds. So Adam throws his hands up with a little bit of frustration and excitement, I believe. Will Schusterick is actually short of the rocks, so he may have good footing, although it looks like he's opting for a standstill approach. I think he's just trying to lay this up, possibly card his par 4. out of bounds on the right-hand side. As we are walking down this hillside, we'd like to again thank everyone for tuning in to our live coverage here of the 2014 Rumble. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We have amazing broadcast supporters and sponsors in Legacy Discs, Keen Footwear, the PDGA, Paragon Disc Golf, and Sandy Point Resort and Disc Golf Ranch. Thank you everyone for supporting what we're doing. Paul McBeth with a very awkward stance. And it looks like he made it slightly to the left-hand side on the longer grass, but more importantly, he is safe and not out of bounds. Schusterick will be up to throw next after going OB on his second shot. And his hyzer looks like it came in, hit the water, then hit land, and it may or may not have gone back into the water. We're going to have to find out when we get up there. There's a very deceptive calmness that we are feeling right now after these constant winds for the last 45 minutes. There's a slight break in wind as we're on a lower spot with a tree protection. This hole proving to be every bit as challenging as it is even on a calm day. Adam's approach shot comes up just a bit short. We'll move forward as Paul gets ready to throw next. And with a hyzer shot, Paul throws out to the right. McBeth will be next to throw. This will be McBeth's third shot. And a very nice standstill shot by Paul McBeth. Schusterick with the pro move and removing the disc with his left hand, keeping his throwing hand dry.
Right there. Yeah.
Solid approach shot by Will Schusterick. As you can tell, these players can take absolutely nothing for granted here today. Even the shortest 10-footers are proving to be challenging. And Olson is wide right. And a solid putt for Paul Ulibarri. He's going to be very content with his 4 here on hole 5. And McBeth also cards a par 4. Olson's putt is in, and with double penalties here on hole 5, this is Will Schusterick, left with just 15 feet. There you have it. That is hole 5. We are going to move on to hole 6. Again, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. This is SmashboxxTV, and I'm the Disc Golf Guy.
Most understable one there. I can't reach like that.
What is like the thing that tells you the disc is done? When you like, now this is ready?
When he puts it in his bag. When he puts it in his bag, it's ready. Yeah, we kind of throw it, test the different runs, and go with what's flying the best, most consistent. We can go up and down with different weights to change the flights and do different stuff as we're testing them. You know, different colors matter also. So. We made and designed the mold to do a specific thing. So we're out there testing the mold, testing the plastics to make sure that's how we design the disc so we can fly the way we want to.
Very nice shot by Paul McBeth on this blind hyzer shot. Ulibarri hits a tree. I did misspeak. Ulibarri did take a bogey 5 on the previous hole, not a par 4. And Schusterick has a nice shot here as well. Adam Olson, 4th on the tee. Going with a lower shot, playing the nice skip, is Adam Olson. just to prove that some of our players are also still fans of the game, we had Adam Olson in complete amazement and astonishment once he realized that Paul McBeth actually took a 4 on that previous hole. In fact, he was almost in utter disbelief, and Paul Ulibarri thought it was quite humorous. But McBeth carding the 4, Ulibarri with a penalty 5, Will Schusterick with a double penalty 7, and Adam Olson carded a double penalty 9. Very challenging hole. Paul throws a very nice forehand. Gets up and touches the pin. Olson has about 45, maybe 50 feet uphill. Gonna have to settle for a par. Schusterick makes good on his birdie opportunity. And McBeth does the same. 2 birdies, 2 pars. That is the short blind hole here on hole 6 at Westlake Park. Again, I'm the Terry Miller from SmashboxxTV. We hope you're enjoying the action. Let's move over to hole 7.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is The Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, The Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
Thinking about it, but they're waiting for the people next to them.
Paul McBeth on the tee after carding the birdie on hole 6. Discussion as to if it hit the basket or not. That was a solid shot by Paul McBeth. Schusterick going with a very similar shot. And Ulibarri shot hung up a little bit to the right on that. To be much lower shot here by Adam Olson. And a great result. That's hole 7's tee.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul McBeth, two-time disc golf world champion, and you're watching the live broadcast of the Rumble. Thank you guys for tuning in to SmashboxxTV. Enjoy the show.
The players or the broadcast here, but we have been very blessed with just somewhat overcast skies. Of course, it is incredibly windy out here. However, we do not have any rain or precipitation at this point. I'm sure everyone's hoping that can just hold off for a few more hours, as we are 1/4 of the way through the course. We've seen Paul McBeth go back and forth as to jacket or no jacket. Looks like Ulibarri shot had carried a little bit wide right. And Paul with not much of an opportunity for birdie, however, he is happy to be out. And Olson's putt is just a bit short off the front of the rim. As you can see, Will Schusterick also here on the edge. All 4 players went slightly deep, and they're not more than 15 or 20 feet past the pin, and they have a very challenging putt from this distance. And Schusterick with a very difficult stance. He's going to have to settle for a par. Oh, and Paul's putt chains out left side. All 4 players here are going to have to settle for a par 3. So no movement here on hole 7. All 4 players carding par 3s.
Ulibarri. We are here at West Lake, hole 8. Looks like 300 feet uphill. Looks like we're gonna be playing an Annie into the evergreens, try and shoot it low of this dead tree on the left. Let's see what happens. Parked it.
Alright, seeing how 13 does not look like they're ready to tee either. I think we'll see our leader card teeing here on hole 8. McBeth going with a forehand, just carrying wide to the left. It's going to be pin high, but definitely left side of the basket. Schusterick going with the monster hyzer approach. However, it looks like that is going to carry far left. Ulibarri going with an anhyzer and getting caught up on the left-hand side. And Adam Olson also going with a forehand. However, catches the right-hand side and is going to be short. He's going to have a very challenging up and down from there. Adam throws a turnover shot, which looks to be a little sharp, and it has gotten up and rolled to the left. Hole 8 has this pin tucked up and to the right, which is very challenging for these players to attack with this very stiff wind, which has been blowing either in their face or right to left. Looks like it's going to be Will Schusterick to throw first. Schusterick has a very nice approach shot within 10 feet of the pin. Next to throw will be Adam Olson's third shot. And he has also landed very close to the pin. And Paul's shot comes up about 10 feet short of the pin. This is McBeth from about 60 feet, slightly downhill of the pin, with a left to right facing wind from where he's putting. And he comes up just short and right. We're going to have the players finish their final putts on hole 8, and we will shift over to the basket area of hole 9. This is Schusterick for his par 3. And he makes good. Ulibarri taps in. I expect the same of Adam Olson for his for his bogey 4. And McBeth will tap in for his par 3. We're going to move over behind the basket of hole 9.
We're here at Westlake Park on hole 9, 337 feet. I'm going to throw my most stable disc at this tree here on the right and let it fade in and get a look for the 2.
See some of the players moving along on hole 10, and we will get in position for our leader card. Next on the tee here is Will Schusterick. We saw Paul McBeth go deep of the basket. And playing the skip perfectly, Will is within 15 feet of the pin. Third on the tee is Paul Ulibarri. And Paul getting a very nice stick here right next to the basket. After carding a bogey 4, last to tee is Adam Olson. And Olson also getting a stick, however, he was looking for a little bit more of a skip like Will Schusterick saw. We apologize if we did not get the drive here on 10 by Paul McBeth. Looks like he went a bit long of the basket. The wind has continued as we've come up to a higher tier here in the park. We see we have some spectators and caddies all walking along, checking out the action here. First to throw is going to be Paul McBeth after going deep. Paul's approximately 50 feet deep of the pin. And in the headwind, Paul's putt gets up and carries wide to the right. This will be Adam Olson's putt for birdie. And he is just wide as well. We are directly in line with Paul McBeth right now. And grabbing the right-hand side of the chains, McBeth gets his putt to stick. McBeth will card a par 3. Schusterick looking for a birdie 2. He makes good, as I will bet Paul Ulibarri does. Ulibarri and Schusterick with birdie 2s, Olson and McBeth with par 3s. Let's move on to hole 11.
Oh, I didn't try it, no. I was going right at it with a... Hole 9, Paul. Adam.
See the tee. Into the tee from that side. As we wait here on hole 10, I misspoke earlier, I apologize. As we wait here on hole 10, we get some of the putting action we can see on hole 11. Tanner Duncan is just off the upper band. This is Jeremy Coling. And Coling makes good. Next to putt on hole 11 here will be Craig Barsby. And just off the front of the rim is Barsby's attempt. Alright, as our second card clears off from hole 11, we're going to shift back over here to hole 10 to watch our leaders. Will Schusterick lining up a forehand shot. And a very nice shot by Will Schusterick. Ulibarri is looking for a little more D, however, that should give him a putting opportunity from there. Third to tee, Paul McBeth. And Paul's shot looks like it carries slightly right. He should have a birdie opportunity from there. And Adam Olson also going with the forehand shot. There's your tees on hole 10. Let's get down there and see who can get the birdie.
We're here on hole 10 at Westlake Park, 215 feet. Looks like normally the play would be to throw Spikeheiser, kind of a clean shot, but the wind's not going to allow that, so I'm going to throw a turnover with my putter.
And Paul's putt is short and left. Olson's putt is also short and left. Somehow Paul McBeth's birdie opportunity falls out and is not good. Ulibarri taps in, as will Adam Olson, and Will Schusterick will be left with the only birdie here on hole 10. Let's move over to hole 11. Schusterick narrowly missing the tree. is over the null. The hole is just beyond where he landed. Ulibarri to throw next. And Ulibarri going with the wide hyzer shot, narrowly missing the trees on the right-hand side. And McBeth opts for the straight route. Looks like he may be just a bit short. And Adam Olson takes the right-hand side. We hope you're enjoying our live coverage here of the 2014 Rumble. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are bringing you action from Westlake Park in Davenport, Iowa. We are watching our leader card, consisting of Paul McBeth, Paul Ulibarri, Will Schusterick, and Adam Olson. Big thank you to all of our supporters, online, in person, and everywhere else out there. Huge thanks to Sandy Point Resort and Disc Golf Ranch, Mike and Michelle Cousins in northern Wisconsin, as well as Legacy Discs and Paragon Disc Golf. Thank you to everyone so much. Looks like we will have possibly Paul Ulibarri putting first. And left-hand side and in for Paul on his birdie attempt. Adam Olson will be next. And Adam's putt from 25 feet is short. Hits the pole. Also left-hand side and in for Paul McBeth. Very nice putt for birdie 2. Will Schusterick left with approximately 15 feet for birdie. And the left-hand side and in. We see 3 birdies and a par by Adam Olson. That is hole 11, 245 feet, blind downhill. And as our leader card clears off of hole 12, we'll get to our tee shots with these gentlemen in just a few moments.
It's all about practice, preparation, and routine. Approaching the tee shot, I always line up my shot and check the wind direction. Always take into consideration the trees that are out there and the out of bounds that are marked off. I try to keep everything slow on my run up and build momentum as I get to the end of the tee pad. Trust your shot, believe in yourself, let the disc do the work. Legacy Discs. Play with confidence.
Hi, I'm Katrina Allen. I am here in Davenport, Iowa for the Rumble on A tier. Looking forward to playing with a field of 10 women. There's 3 courses out here, all very challenging. wooded, open, wind, OB, the lake coming into play, and so just hoping that the rain holds off. We've had a little bit here for our practice rounds. Here out at Westlake Park, getting a practice round in, tackling the wind and
watching some of the action again. So although it's a little windy, say hi and anything else you need to out to all your fans out there.
Hey, keep watching. Thank you for joining us, and I love you, Mom, and hi to all my family in Arizona.
All right, thank you, buddy. So there you have it. As we wait here just for a few moments for the players to clear off from the green on hole 12. Hole 12 measuring in at 530 feet. And we will do our best here shortly to get you a scorecard update to bring you the exact scores from this card. Looks like first on the tee will be Schusterick. And Will going out and around the trees. Very challenging to follow out here. The players really want to land, as practicing with Paul on Friday, the players want to land out on the left-hand side in the opening to give them a shot at attacking the green. And that is going to be a nicely placed shot by Paul Ulibarri. Paul McBeth, third to tee. Looked like Paul had originally lined up for a backhand shot and then decided to go with a forehand. And that should work out nicely for him. And Olson got caught up by the trees there in the center. He was looking to go wider than that. We're throwing down toward the lakeside, 530 feet here on hole 12. Very challenging par 4. I believe Adam Olson will be first to throw. There's a narrow corridor that the players must navigate, and the basket is beyond that corridor by 40 to 50 feet. However, it is also within 30 to 40 feet of the water's edge. So in order to attack this green, you must consider the OB water directly behind the basket. Olson has thrown to the right-hand side. However, it looks like it may have finished or tried to stay on the edge. And Paul going with a forehand shot. However, it looks like he may have put a little too much anhyzer on it. I know he was thinking he did not want to blow past that pin and go OB. All right, looks like we have Will Schusterick assessing his shot. And this is exactly what Paul Ulibarri was talking about during practice the other day, that he is really just looking to land out in this opening, and if you get too aggressive or actually throw too far, you're going to have a challenging angle to try and attack this pin. Schusterick may want to think about just simply laying this up into the fairway and just being content to take his 4 here, because if he gets too aggressive here, the wind could carry him easily over the pin and out of bounds. Instead, he did not throw that quite hard enough, so he will be safe. It looks like he's going to have a very challenging putt for 3. I think he's going to have to be content with a 4 here. And this is Olson's 3rd shot, and has put it right next to the pin. Very nice shot by Adam. This is Ulibarri's 3rd shot as well, and a forehand to within 15 feet. And Schusterick is under the pin for his 4. And McBeth makes good on his birdie opportunity for 3. Ulibarri taps in, as will Adam and Schusterick. And so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it or not, we are only halfway through this round, this very long, very brutal and challenging 24-hole course. We are 12 holes through. We've seen a lot of crazy shots, everything ranging from 2s all the way to double penalty 9s. So Westlake Park is proving every bit as challenging as everyone would expect. The winds, well, they've been going in and out. We've seen some pretty brutal 30 and 40 mile an hour headwinds, and at the moment I feel nothing but a slight 5 mile an hour breeze. So it just kind of depends on where you're at here on the course. Again, we hope you're enjoying all the coverage here on SmashboxxTV. Huge thanks to all of our supporters and sponsors in Keene, Legacy, PDGA, Mike and Michelle Cousins at Sandy Point Resort, and of course Miles over at Paragon Disc Golf. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We're going to get back to the action in a few moments. We're going to have a small backup here on 13, but we're going to get back to the action and continue to bring you the final 12 holes. This is the 2014 Rumble presented by Matt Schlabach. Let's get to it.
Hi, I'm Katrina Allen. I am here in Davenport, Iowa for the Rumble on A tier. Looking forward to playing with a field of 10 women. There's 3 courses out here, all very challenging. Wooded, open, wind, OB, the lake coming into play, and so just hoping that the rain holds off. We've had a little bit here for our practice rounds. Here out at Westlake Park, getting a practice round in, tackling the wind and the elevation and OB, and yeah, just excited to play in a big field.
Hi, my name is Matt Schlabach. Welcome to Quad Cities. I'm excited to have everyone out here for the Rumble. We got some great courses and some great weather. It's going to be a pretty challenging weekend. I hope you enjoy the action.
What is like the thing that tells you the disc is done? When you like, now this is ready?
When he puts it in his bag. When he puts it in his bag, it's ready. Yeah, we kind of throw it, test the different runs, and go with what's flying the best, most consistent. We can go up and down with different weights to change the flights and do different stuff as we're testing them. You know, different colors matter also. So. We made and designed the mold to do a specific thing. So we're out there testing the mold, testing the plastics to make sure that's how we design the disc so we can fly the way we want to.
Treated with somewhat of a tailwind, maybe even a little bit of a right to left as they're standing on the tee. I believe that Paul McBeth will have the tee. Looks like he is getting ready to throw. And the players are on their way back. 12 holes to go to determine our 2014 Rumble champion. And Paul McBeth has thrown quite possibly one of the nicest shots you could have thrown on this hole. Wind or otherwise, that was absolutely perfect by Paul McBeth. Will Schusterick to tee second. And Schusterick carrying a wide left into the water. I watched Paul and Katrina practicing this hole on Friday. Paul was saying that this is arguably one of the toughest holes you'll see in disc golf. If that can get up onto the edge next to McBeth, and as I said, McBeth's shot was perfect, while Paul's is equally as perfect. Perfect landing by both Pauls. And Olson's shot's coming in a little hot, and it looks like it may have stayed on that side. In the meantime, while the players walk to the lie, we'll move over and watch Blue Island, Illinois' Al Hermosillo. I believe he's playing a drop zone shot of some sort. We may see him tee. And very low, trying to keep it out of the teeth of the wind, is Al's shot. We're going to move on. And you see that tee shot looks like it needs to get stable, so to speak, and it does barely get back inbounds. Very nice drop zone shot. And we have Adam Olson and Schusterick will be trying to verify exactly where their lies are. Looks like Olson is safe and on the rocks. However, he's going to have very challenging footing from there. I believe we have a confirmation that Wills went out into the water.
That's what Al just said. He took my book from me. Mike. There you go.
Clarification here as to if there's a drop zone available if you go out of bounds on the tee shot, rather than from throwing from the lower side where he was last in bounds. It looks like Will has the option to go over to the drop zone, which will be the short tee, so to speak. Short being a relative term here, of course. right, looks like as Will assesses his shot, we're going to move over and watch Adam. This is a blind shot for Adam, as he's got to throw up over the cement barriers and then still has this very narrow fairway to attempt to land on. Anything that is left or right of this upper area has a really good chance to roll or skip into the water. And Adam's shot may have stayed up on top. Players are unsure, but Paul and Will discussing the strategy here for Will.
I thought it was left to right. I thought that's like a little left finger. Although it is really stable, but.
And we will hold on for a minute as Will needs to wait on the players ahead of him. As I said, we are just standing down here waiting for the players to clear as Will's looking to throw his next shot. Will we be throwing for a 3 from this spot after going OB on his tee shot? And Will is not thoroughly impressed.
On the right, it looked like it was the right side of the basket. It went up, caught the air, and came all the way down.
Will was watching Greg Barsby's putt on the green here, which, as he said, went up and over, and definitely carried OB into the water. This is a very treacherous green. After throwing more than 800 feet to approach to this is very challenging. And Schusterick unloads an absolutely amazing drive. He's got to hope that stays on top, but that was an absolutely beautiful shot by Schusterick off this short tee. As I said, Paul and Paul throwing nearly perfect shots, finishing literally 10 feet apart from one another. And Paul's shot going wide right. Looks to be okay. And Paul McBeth goes low, and it does get on its side. I'm not sure that's going to be able to stay in bounds. And it's tough to tell by his reaction. It looks like it may have stayed in bounds, but we'll see. All right, you're watching hole 13 action. It's the 2014 Rumble. We'll be back with you in a moment.
I'm the disc golf guy. I'm the disc golf guy. I'm the disc golf guy. I'm the disc golf guy, and this is my video blog. I'm the disc golf guy, and this is my video blog. Today we are at the 19th Hole Pro Shop here in Sylmar, California. I'm joined by one of the legacy co-owners in Steve Rico. Steve, we're talking new discs today. What do you got for us?
Well, we'll start with the Bandit first. It's a Speed 9 driver that we just came out with. It's great for like low flip-up shots. You can throw and bend it around corners, throw rollers with it. Really neutral disc.
We can see that Adam's disc had carried wide right and out of bounds. He's left with at least 300 feet to the pin from here. Oh, and just when you thought it was going to skate up or possibly creep up the hill, it looks like it had gotten up and rolled to the right and out of bounds. Our leader card is not doing this hole justice by throwing such amazing shots here. This hole is very challenging even with no wind, and thus far Paul and Paul have made it look relatively easy. I know most players are content with this scoring a 5 on this hole, let alone opportunities for 4s. This is going to be McBeth's third shot. He's just looking to get it up near the pin, and he has done so nicely. Conversation as to exactly where the out of bounds line starts and finishes. Typically it's the water's edge, however it looks like there's somewhat of a relief from the rocky area. So the players having a discussion as to exactly where this went out of bounds.
I know the rule, but what he's telling us
is we always played at 90 degrees from the rocks.
100% know. But there is a different rule for stuff that's is hazardous, like, and that's what he's saying.
You played from the rocks on 5.
Yep.
You didn't pull it. 5, you're playing from the rocks. So I'd say it's not clear. Play from here. It doesn't say pull from the. It just says casual. What's that?
That's how people from the rocks, like you're saying.
That's all I'm doing.
I don't know what.
Do whatever you want.
I know casual relief is no closer to that. I mean, if he wrote the book and he's saying that you take it up here, I can't say no.
The TV can change it to be a 2-meter rule, but
if he wasn't here, I would say that casual is just safe.
So you have to get PDGA approved.
Right,
let's play it like that. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's a rule in the rule book that says a TD can change whatever rule he wants as long as he posts it in a caddy. And that's actually a rule.
But it just says casual.
It says casual. If he wasn't explaining it, then I would say that it's just safe. So I would say you can't play me in the water.
I'm assuming yours rolled straight in.
Right.
I can find this, right?
Yeah, yours is a little further back and it floated all the way over there.
So after a very healthy discussion as to casual relief versus out of bounds versus hazardous and everything else that was discussed, looks like Paul is going to take 1 meter in from the water. Seems to be a slight discrepancy as to exactly how it was listed in the rule book versus a standard play. Typically in a casual water situation, you can go up to 5 meters directly behind the disc with no penalty. However, there was a discussion as to if there could be a casual rock rule, so to speak. Seems like there was some uncertainty here, so this could prove to be critical later on. And Paul's throwing a great putt to within 3 feet of the pin. Next to throw will be Will Schusterick. Oh, and my goodness, Will Schusterick has put in for what seems to be a circle 4, as they would say, penalty 4. Amazing putt by Will Schusterick. We're going to have a long walk from 13 over to 14 through the woods that we saw around holes 4 and 5. You're watching the 2014 Rumble, brought to you by Legacy Discs. I'm the Disc Golf Guy. We'll move on to hole 14.
Hey, I'm David Wiggins. We're here at Westlake Park and sitting on hole 14. It's a blonde shot off the tee. It is a looks like a pretty big anhyzer, comes around and reachable, but it's a pretty tough shot. So looking to throw something understable here.
spot. Go up. That might be.
After a lengthy walk, we've moved over here to hole 14. This is a blind shot, very challenging.
Circle 3 or circle 4 on Davenport. And then we had a big discrepancy. It's not clear in the book, but if you go on the rocks, you get the full. So.
And we have this is somewhat of a parallel fairway with hole 4, which we saw earlier. There's somewhat of a gallery on our left-hand side.
In the past, it's always been pull it out.
This is a very challenging turnover shot, which plays on the right-hand side. There is a stiff left to right wind. However, it's going to take a very, very good shot to try and get up there and actually attack this green. There is trees all along the right hand side. You need to carry at least 300 feet, and then there's a cut into the right, which is where the pin is located. And if you do not make it to that opening, you're not going to be able to approach the green, or I should say you're not going to be able to attack the green on a birdie putt. So you either get there for the birdie putt, or you're pretty much going to be laying up for a 3. 311 uphill, Paul McBeth on the tee. Paul nicking the right-hand side, a little bit of shrubbery. Again, you do not want to be too tight to the right-hand side because it is very nasty rough. If you're going to miss, you need to miss left on this one. That may be a nice shot by Will, assuming it didn't carry too far to the right and into the trees. Paul trying to get confirmation as to if Will's was a good shot or not. Again, this hole is completely blind. Paul McBeth going with, strike that, Paul Ulibarri going with a forehand shot. Looks very nice. Adam Olson fourth the tee. And Adam also going with a forehand flick off the tee. He should be out there and safe. Just looking to card his par 3. All right, we are making our upward climb here on the blind hole 14. And Adam has approached very nicely to where the pin is. And Ulibarri with a nice forehand. As I mentioned, if you do not get at least pin high here, there's not really an opportunity to put this into the basket for the birdie. And Paul lays up within 10 feet of the bin. And Schusterick, looks like he came up just short of the opening here. He's going to give himself a look at a birdie too. However, he has a somewhat obstructed putting stance. Schuster makes good on this par 3 hole 14. Very nice shot by Will Schusterick.
Tearing it up.
And it looks like Adam may have gone a little longer than I thought. He's got at least 18 feet. However, it is a very obstructed putt. And Adam makes good. We see the gallery continue to grow as players are coming from other courses, the rest of the divisions that we're competing here this weekend. And believe it or not, it is absolutely sunny and gorgeous at the moment. So there you have it. That is hole 14. Let's move on to the long bombing hole 15.
Big Jeremy again. We're here at Westlake Park, and we have another par 5, 883 feet. Basically, the goal is get it as far as you can off the tee. It's kind of bombs away, so pretty fun. And then you go from there.
And as we wait here on hole 15, measuring it at 883 feet, in just a few moments we'll be able to give you a scoring update. At the moment, it looks like, if we're doing our math correctly, trying to look at the actual scorecard from the players, McBeth has had 1 5 and 3 4s, along with 2 birdie 2s. That puts him at 3 over on a par 3 mentality. Paul Ulibarri looks like he is 2 over. I believe Will Schusterick is even. Will Schusterick has thrown a very nice shot out into the center of the fairway, which is exactly what these players are looking to do on this hole. And rather than me guessing or possibly giving you the wrong scoring information, we'll get that posted for you in just a few moments. Paul McBeth throws a turnover shot, which is heading to the right. He's going to need for that to hook up and get left. You do not need to be right on this hole. Paul Ulibarri's shot is also heading out into the center of the fairway. Looks like it's finishing a little bit to the left.
Yeah. You care to put your cell phone on silent when you take a picture?
Fourth to tee is Adam Olson. And Adam going with a gentle turnover, which is going to fade out nicely back into the center of the fairway. Great shots by all 4 of our players here. This is hole 15, measuring in at 883 feet. Again, thank you everyone for tuning in to our live broadcast here on SmashboxxTV. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are covering the 3rd and final round coverage of the 2014 Rumble presented by Matt Schlabach. We are out here at the very long and challenging West Park. Westlake Park. After being in Illinois earlier in the year, I guess I was thinking of the very old but yet notable West Park in Joliet. So we are here at Westlake Park, and they are playing 883 foot hole number 15. Looks like Paul Ulibarri, who finished slightly on the left-hand side, He's going to have the first go at approaching to this hole. He's got more than 400 feet left. And looks like he will just be laying up, playing for that 4. This hole is very challenging as there is OB on the left-hand side of the fairway, which is the road. And there is very nasty rough here on the right-hand side. So players really need to navigate down the tunnel. Adam Olson to throw next. And Olson carrying over to hole 16, which is over the road and out of bounds. And Will Schusterick looking for it to get up and carry. Oh, and hits the trees on the right-hand side. Looks like he had a very nice shot regardless. However, he may have been that much closer had it not nicked the right-hand side of those trees. McBeth's drive, which turned over, looks like it may have finally finished, and this is more than 100 feet past any of the other card mates that he had. As far as he is, he's still going to have a very challenging approach here. As I've been notified, this may be one of the longest drives we've ever seen on this hole. McBeth looking to throw a forehand. He can flirt with the road. You'd rather be a little left than right. However, too far left will put you out of bounds. You do not want to miss right on this shot. And McBeth throwing a beautiful shot. Absolutely perfect. Let's see if he can get up there and make the putt.
Probably him, but you go after this tree? He went between these two.
Looks like Adam Olson is determining exactly where he went out of bounds, and a brief discussion as to if Adam or Paul will be throwing next. Looks like it's going to be Adam's turn. Adam taking his 1 meter in. And Adam coming up a little shorter than he would have liked on that approach. Paul having a tough decision with which way he wanted to go with that shot, whether it was forehand or backhand. He opted for a backhand mid-range shot. Schusterick's attempt is just a bit right. Adam Olson to putt next. Adam comes up just a bit short. Paul McBeth here with this putt has the opportunity for an eagle 3 coming into this hole. We had Paul Ulibarri 4 behind Paul McBeth and Will Schusterick 5 behind. This is an opportunity for McBeth to get at least 1 stroke on each of them if he were to convert on this eagle opportunity. He is in awkward stance. He is straddling out to the left. He does not like that. Looks like he may straddle out to the right. And he is calling for a clarification from his card mates as to if something is movable or not. When in doubt, that is always a good rule. If you are unsure if you're able to do something, it's always best practice to ask your card mates and make a clarification before you possibly have a rule infraction yourself. This is Paul McBeth from 1 knee for eagle. And he gets a little more of a roll away than he'd hoped for. It's still within 20 feet, however it did roll. And this is Paul Ulibarri for his birdie 4 attempt. And left side and in for Paul. And this will be Will Schusterick also for his birdie attempt for 4. McBeth will remain, assuming he makes this putt, he will remain 4 ahead of Ulibarri. Oh, and I had spoken too soon with a very unfortunate bounce out. McBeth is actually going to give up a stroke to both Paul and Will. Goes from eagle to par here on hole 15. Check out hole 16.
All right, this is hole 16 here at Westlake, and you can either throw a tunnel shot or a sidearm and try and skip it off the road. So I'm gonna see if I can get a sidearm up there. There it is. Yeah, there it is. In the hole. Yeah. That's it. That'll work.
We've moved over here to hole 16. This hole is the closest hole to the campground that is part of this more than 600-acre park. Will Schusterick on the tee. Opting for a roller, which puts himself down. He is short of the pin, however, is a very, very nice roller by Will Schusterick. Ulibarri is going for the forehand attempt, possibly played off the road. And a very safe shot by Paul Ulibarri. Third on the tee, Paul McBeth. And Adam Olson also going with a forehand shot, lands safely in the middle. All four safe and in the middle. Looks like our first approach will come from Paul McBeth. Paul going with a very overstable mid-range, throwing to within 15 feet of the pin. There is OB on the left-hand side of this entire fairway, as well as on the behind the pin. It is not OB on the right-hand side, however, it is very unpleasant in there. Ulibarri's going to go with a forehand attempt. And has done so nicely, just a bit short. And a nice forehand by Adam Olson as well. Schusterick very aggressively going with the roller, backhand roller, has placed himself very nicely in the center of the fairway. However, he is about 35 feet, maybe 40 to 45 feet, I should say, from the pin. Oh, and Schusterick just off the front of the rim. Paul makes a great putt to save his par 3. Adam has less than 15 feet. All 4 players will be carding par 3s here on hole 16. We're going to head into the woods. Tight, narrow tunnel shot. Let's check out hole 17.
All right, we're here at hole 17. It's 267 feet, just a tunnel shot. I like to throw these kind of shots back home in North Carolina, so this is kind of more comfortable for me than a lot of the other stuff out here, but yeah, it's a nice little tunnel shot here.
Schlabach! Stop it!
And Schusterick is right into the shul on the right-hand side. Paul Ulibarri second to throw here. And Paul throws a very nice shot. Looks like he came in a little bit hot on that fast green. However, he's got to be happy that he navigated all the way through the tunnel. Paul McBeth, third to tee. Paul McBeth also throwing a very nice shot. He's going to be happy with that, with getting all the way through the tunnel. While Ulibarri trying to get the crowd excited here, asking for a little applause. Olson shots turning nicely, and unfortunately hits the left-hand side. Sounds like we're going to get the crowd involved as this gallery continues to pick up. Again, we are seeing all our players coming over from the other courses that were competing throughout the rest of the weekend. That was the logic behind the later start time today, so that the other players would have the opportunity to come over and check out some of the best in the world. Again, you are watching the 2014 Rumble Final Round Championship Sunday. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. And we are watching this unfold as it's turned out thus far to be a gorgeous day out here, minus the wind. This is going to be Schusterick throwing a forehand approach. Does look like he's got somewhat of an alleyway here on this left-hand side. And a very solid shot there by Will Schusterick, comes up just a bit short. Not sure if McBeth here is moonlighting here as a cameraman himself. Looks like he may have picked up the duties for his brother Jonathan. And next to throw, seems like it may be Adam Olson. Adam on the left-hand side. And the crowd wanted it. Unfortunately, it comes up just a bit short on that birdie opportunity. Schusterick is going to confirm as to exactly where McBeth is. This is McBeth's birdie opportunity from behind the basket. And just short off the front of the basket. And Schusterick saves par. Ulibarri has some trees and shrubs on the left-hand side to contend with. And left side again, Paul makes good on the birdie opportunity. All right, there you have it. That is hole number 17.
This is hole 18. It's a definitely challenging hole. The first shot's going to be more of a landing zone type of shot, about 350 feet up the fairway, pretty straight, and then you take a little turn. This is hole 18. It's a definitely challenging hole. The first shot's going to be more of a landing zone type of shot, about 350 feet up the fairway, pretty straight, and then you take a little turn and you attack the basket. So pretty challenging hole. Fairway.
Paul Ulibarri on the tee first. And Paul rips a drive which goes out and hangs to the right. He's looking for it to roll out a little bit, and it does so. Maybe a little more than he was hoping for, but he's got to be happy that he got through this tunnel. Will Schusterick nicks a tree on the left-hand side, however, still going to be relatively happy with that drive. Third on the tee is Paul McBeth. Paul asking for it to go, so to speak. And Adam Olson may have been saved by hitting a tree that high on the left-hand side. Otherwise, that could have been much nastier on that left-hand side. Paul McBeth with a couple of strokes here, holding on to his lead at the moment. We're nearly 2/3 of the way done through this long and grueling Westlake Park here in Davenport, Iowa. Adam Olson's going to be throwing his second shot first. Olson playing for the low skip shot, and the gallery likes it. They seem to be warming up out here. And in front of us we have our presenting sponsor in Matt Schlabach. If we have the opportunity, we may catch up with him in a little while. Matt, very instrumental in so many of the components that go on for this very large-scale event. We talked with Chris Sprague yesterday, who spoke of the Camden 2 work crew and everyone else that's involved with helping getting these courses and this tournament ready. And just to bring you a few scores, we seem to be as up to speed as we can. There is a battle between Barry Schultz as well as Johnny McRae, who was absolutely on fire yesterday at the U.S. Masters. They really put it out to being a two-horse race today. With 3 holes to go, we were notified that Barry was up by 4 with 3 holes to go. I'm sure they're going to be closing in on that title in any minute now, and we'll give you the update as soon as we have it. We have both Paul and Paul both throwing yellow discs within a few feet of each other here. McBeth is going to be first to throw. And Paul with a very challenging lie. Looks like he's going to be stretching out to his left.
Yep.
And a very nice shot by Paul. Again, crowd seems to be getting into it now. This would be Ulibarri, who's going to be throwing a forehand. And he has done so nicely. And just to let everyone know, they are attempting to go around the basket, which is still hundreds of feet away, up to 400 feet away from this position. Will Schusterick. And Will Schusterick essentially going for the layup out into the center of the fairway here so he can attack the pin. Next to throw will be Adam Olson. And Adam pitches out into the fairway, so he's got a chance at going after the pin from there. And we have crossing guard up ahead, approximately 260, 280 to the pin from here. man next to throw, Paul. Paul asking for it to get left, however, it did come up a little bit short. And McBeth misfires to the left. He's lucky that did kick out to the right into the fairway. However, certainly a misfire on the left-hand side. Schusterick with a standstill does not throw it high enough. He's still going to have some work to do here as well. Adam struggles and throws it wide right. Olson is back out onto the fairway. McBeth lays up to just short of the pin. And as you can see there with the wind just playing with the disc, we were getting out near the lake side again. And the wind is continuing to pick up. And Schusterick not happy with his attempt. Paul also not exactly thrilled with his attempt on that putt. Schusterick with about 12 feet to the pin. as we mentioned, very long and daunting hole 18 here, measuring in at nearly 900 feet. This par 5 is as challenging of a disc golf hole as you're going to find. Adam Olson taps in. We expect Paul and Paul to do the same. We hope you're enjoying the live coverage here. This is the final championship round at the 2014 Rumble, presented by Matt Schlabach. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and we'd also like to thank our broadcast partners in Legacy Discs. Play with confidence.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is The Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, the Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
Ball is on safely. Next to tee, Will Schusterick. Will Schusterick is on the left-hand side, but inbounds. And McBeth's shot is up and carrying wide left. However, he will be in bounds. And Adam's shot's going to need to get left. Oh, and it comes up short. Adam will be moving over to the drop zone. We'd like to officially congratulate Barry Schultz as your U.S. Masters winner, holding off the charging Johnny McRae. Barry being a Wisconsin native like myself, congratulations goes out to Barry from everyone in Wisconsin and beyond, and certainly a very impressive effort by Johnny McRae, who has jumped on the It's About Time tour this year. Johnny, one of the most loved players out there on tour. Great effort. Congratulations to you both. And again, Barry Schultz, your 2014 U.S. Masters champion. This is going to be Adam Olson playing from the short tee, which is the drop zone here on hole 19. This is certainly one of the holes I most recall after playing here in the inaugural year of the Rumble. This short little hole, I believe there was not a long tee at that time. We had just played from the short tee where Adam had thrown from. Of course, still very daunting and challenging. This is going to be Adam for a penalty 4. And you see the wind lift and take that shot as well. Even from 45 feet, it is very challenging for these players to lay up their shots. As you can see, Paul McBeth is in some nasty shul off to the left-hand side. I believe we have another competitor in Schusterick just a few feet in front of him. You cannot let your guard down out here at Westlake Park. If it's not the wind or the distance, it may be some of the rough off to the sides. Very challenging course in every aspect. And Paul McBeth has thrown a very nice approach shot to within 6 feet of the pin. Will Schusterick is going to be equally challenged. In his case, it may be even tough just for him to get to his lie and mark it. As you can see, it is in here on the left-hand side of this fairway. As Will just said, I don't even know how to mark it, as it is going to be very challenging for him to get in there and create a legal stance. For those of you watching at home, know that you always have the opportunity to either mark your lie or leave it as it is. However, if it's elevated off the ground or if you have thrown out of bounds, then you must use a mini marker per PDGA rules. However, if it's on the ground and you'd simply like to leave it where it lies, you can play from that spot as well. Will has marked his lie. As you can see, these are dead and detached branches, so Will is able to move them in this case. asking to be verified that his foot looks good. And he's just looking to approach here. And a very nice shot by Will Schusterick, throwing the upside down pancake shot, so to speak. And Ulibarri actually has an opportunity for a birdie too here. He could pick a stroke up on both Will as well as McBeth if he can capitalize on this birdie opportunity. However, if you notice, the water is literally 6 to 8 feet directly behind this pin. You're going to need to hit good metal. If it doesn't go in, you're going to need to hit good metal. Stay in bounds. Oh, and he does hit good metal. Unfortunately, it does not drop into the basket for him. Olson puts in for a double bogey 5. McBeth with a par, as will Schusterick. We are through 19 holes with just 4 to go. Let's move on to hole 20.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul McBeth, 2-time Disc Golf World Champion, and you're watching the live broadcast of the Rumble. Thank you guys for tuning in to SmashboxxTV. Enjoy the show.
And Paul's shot has gone left. And Schusterick is on the left-hand side of the fairway, but in the center for the most part. He is not in the rough. Paul McBeth has also thrown a very nice shot down the center of the fairway. And Adam gets a very nice kick off the right-hand side. Not exactly what he was going for, but it did end favorably for him. We're bringing you in on our final few holes as we trek up the hill here on hole 20. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching Smashbox TV. I hope you're enjoying all the action here today. They called for thunderstorms for most of the week, and everyone was absolutely dreading it, and we have nothing but sunny skies at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and call it right now and say that we are going to be clear for the rest of the round. And Adam throws up the gap as well. As you can see, this is a very narrow corridor on the fairway here for this hole. No more than 25 to 30 feet wide for the duration of the hole. 475 feet uphill. Paul will be determining if he's going to simply just lay it up to the fairway. I think he's looking for that landing spot so that he can make his third throw. I think we're going to see a pitch out to the fairway from here. Paul has done just that, pitched it out to the fairway using a putter. Schusterick, after pretty much going through the center of the fairway, just slightly finished on the left-hand side. He's going to have a forehand attempt here. Not much opportunity set up for a backhand. And Will needing it to sit down on the right-hand side of the fairway. He's going to really just be playing for a 4 at this point. Ulibarri going with a forehand shot that does not stay in the center like you'd hope for. And McBeth with a phenomenal drive here on the left-hand side of the fairway, further than all of the other competitors on the card. And that was a very nice shot by Paul McBeth that may have been enough to pull him out in the lead with not a lot of hope left for these final few holes. This will be Schusterick's third shot. And Schusterick throws to within a few feet of the pin. Oh, and the crowd wants it just off the front. Adam Olson with a nice forehand flick from 80 feet. And Paul lays up as well. And there it is. Paul McBeth puts in for an amazing three here. That does not leave a lot of opportunity for the rest of the group to try and catch him with just 4 holes to play. Paul McBeth has extended his lead. This is hole 20. You're watching Smashbox TV. I'm the disc golf guy. Let's move over to hole 21.
Hole 21, Westlake got a par 4, downhill, kind of a stand-up sidearm tee shot or turnover backhand. Try to get down to the water's edge as close as you can, and then the basket's tucked around the corner, tight to the water.
I would like to take a moment to make a slight correction. I did not recall that there was a final 9 at the U.S. Masters, so I preemptively named Barry Schultzer champion. I do apologize. However, it sounds as if there's been a good battle between Barry and Johnny that will probably continue into these final 9. Best of luck to them.
Really? Where?
Up there.
Yeah. Give me just a second. He's only like 16.
And in just a few moments, we'll try and give you a scoring update as well. As these players head down the fairway, we're going to give a quick equipment check, make sure we're all good to go for the final few holes.
It's all about practice, preparation, and routine. Approaching the tee shot, I always line up my shot and check the wind direction. Always take into consideration the trees that are out there and the out of bounds that are marked off. I try to keep everything slow on my run up and build momentum as I get to the end of the tee pad. Trust your shot, believe in yourself, let the disc do the work. Legacy Discs. Play with confidence.
Hi, my name is Matt Schlabach. Welcome to Quad Cities. I'm excited to have everyone out here for the Rumble. We got some great courses and some great weather. It's going to be a pretty challenging weekend. I hope you enjoy the action.
All right, we are here waiting on hole 21. There is a backup. We have had relatively good flow throughout. However, there's a backup here on 21, which is another very challenging hole. 567 feet. It's going to be a little while before we can resume play here. It looks like Paul McBeth is ready to go. And Paul McBeth nearly taking out his brother. Next to tee, Will Schusterick. Will asking for the gallery and fans to clear out. There to tee, Adam Olson. Adam going with a forehand, good looking shot.
Adam has it now. Will might have it. Can you give me the scorecard?
And going with a forehand is Paul Ulibarri on the left-hand side. And in just a few moments, I've been able to grab the scorecard here from Will Schusterick, and we'll get you a scoring update. I believe with that last three, Paul has pulled at least 3 or 4 strokes ahead of Ulibarri, and similarly, I believe he has a very similar lead over Schusterick, but we will confirm that in just a few moments. We are just waiting here again, as this is somewhat of a backup. The players are just checking out exactly where they'd like to land. Paul Ulibarri is going to be first to throw. And Paul throwing another forehand down to the blind pin. And he's getting the safe sign from everyone else. Good shot by Paul Ulibarri. Next to throw is going to be Paul McBeth. According to our unofficial scorekeeping, it sounds as if Paul McBeth had a 5-stroke lead going into today and has relinquished just 1 stroke to Ulibarri during this round. It means Paul is sitting with a 4-stroke lead going into this hole. And McBeth does not get much reaction from anyone in the crowd. Looks like next to throw is going to be Adam Olson. Correction. It's going to be Will Schusterick. And Schusterick frustrated as he hand got caught up in his backswing. Next to throw now will be Adam Olson. Adam with a very nice shot around this tree. Everybody likes it. Gallery gives him a large round of applause. Next to throw will be Paul McBeth. And Paul with a very nice shot leaves himself about 40 feet short of the pin. And Schusterick, as you can see, is off on the right-hand side in a very unpleasant section of the shul. We're going to move over to Paul McBeth. All right, correction, Paul Ulibarri is going to be throwing first. Oh, and a near put-in here on hole 21. Very nice shot by Paul. This is Schusterick. Very challenging par 4 here at 640 feet with OB. Players just have 3 holes to go after this. We believe Will Schusterick had made up a couple of strokes on Paul McBeth prior to this hole. However, he may relinquish 1 or 2 of those depending if he can get out of this rough. So if you have ever wondered at home if the pros actually get off the fairway, I guess today is a great example to tell you that even the best players in the world find themselves off the fairway from time to time. Some fairways are much more punishing and brutal than others, and this is a great example of being on the right-hand side here on hole 21 is not a pleasant place to be. Schusterick looking for a little help from his caddy here. Just completely buried. It's approximately 20 to 25 feet off of the fairway and has virtually no look at the basket whatsoever. He's just looking to try and get out. It appeared as if on his backswing for his previous forehand shot, that's going to be trouble there. Oh, and he gets out. I thought it was going to catch edge. It does not. This longer grass helps him out. He's going to leave himself with a putt. As I was saying, during his backswing on his previous shot, the forehand, it looked as if he had got his hand or disc caught up in some of the shrubbery directly behind him, which caused it to flail to the right. McBeth left with 30 feet. And McBeth makes good. And Schusterick taking his time. Looks like there was a little action in the chains, however it does come in and nestle into the bottom of the basket for him. Uli taps in, as will Adam Olson. We are through 21 holes here on our final round coverage at the 2014 Rumble. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Just 3 holes to go. Olson's shot is on the right hand side. It is safe. It's hole 22, measuring in at 325 feet. OB Lake on the right hand side the entire way of this fairway. This lake will come into play on the final 3 holes of this course, more so on 22 and 24. McBeth's hyzer shot coming in just a bit short and left of the pin. Schusterick going with a spike hyzer and also finishing left of the pin. And Paul Ulibarri just coming up short and right. It's hole 22. And the crowd loves it as Ulibarri makes good from 38 feet. Next to putt will be Will Schusterick. Will looks as if he has gone approximately 35 feet past the basket. Will has a direct headwind that is blowing straight into his face from 35 feet. And online just short. Next to putt will be Adam Olson. Adam in the lower swell that's just shy of the basket here on the right hand side. Adam makes good. Tell hometown Adam Olson has got a few extra followers and applause out here today. And this is Paul McBeth for birdie 2 here on 22. And that's good. I'm going to go ahead and call it right now. This is Paul McBeth's tournament with just 2 holes to play. If he throws 2 safe drives, I'm going to go ahead and say he's going to be uncatchable. We're through 22 holes. Let's bring it on home. 23 and 24 to follow.
Ooh, I bet not. I bet not. I see with everybody moving.
As we make our way up here to hole 23, just 2 holes left for these competitors. Well, it looks like there is a group that is still, second card is still putting out on hole 23 here. So there'll just be a slight delay. Take a moment here to show you the beautiful views that we find out here at Westlake Park. I'm guessing most of our competitors don't feel that lake is as beautiful when they've thrown some of their favorite plastic in there. Very nice rolling terrain and hills. This course also features tight and wooded shots as you've seen and some wide open shots. Hope you enjoyed our coverage here this weekend. Middle Park on Saturday and here at Westlake Park today. This is the 2014 Rumble, brought to you by Matt Schlabach. We'd also like to thank our broadcast partners in Legacy Disc. Without the help of Legacy, we would not have been able to bring you these previous few events this week, or this year, I should say. We'll also be at the Minnesota Amateur Championships next weekend at Kaposia Park. So look for more live broadcasting next weekend from the Minnesota Amateur Championships. We've also worked with Steve Dodge at Vibram to bring you the Maple Hill Open later this year, as well as the Ledgestone Insurance Open in September. If you're interested in live broadcasting for your event, you certainly may reach out to me, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Find us on YouTube or Facebook. We also are assembling our advertising and sponsorship opportunities. So thank you to anyone that has already jumped on board. And we certainly are open and welcome to other sponsors that may want to get on board as well. Big thanks, Sandy Point Resort and Disc Golf Ranch, Mike and Michelle Cousins, along with Miles at Paragon, and again, Legacy Discs. Adam just looking to get the final call clear here on hole 23. And we're off. Good looking shot by Adam Olson. As you can see, the pin is actually located down near the water's edge, more than 500 feet away. Paul McBeth will be teeing next. Grabbed that disc and absolutely beat it to the left-hand side of that fairway. He had thrown it originally a turnover, however that wind is in our face. Managed to get up and then push it to the left. It's been a very stable disc. Oh, and Paul Ulibarri throws an absolutely beautiful shot. And it is tough to tell if he's in bounds or not. Feels Schusterick's going big. He needs some extra room. And Will Schusterick putting on a show here for all the spectators, going enormous hyzer. And has landed down into the fairway. Wind aided. As long as you have a cannon, you're welcome to do that. Will Schusterick deciding to go up and over here on 23.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is the Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, the Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
Beautiful rolling hills as we descend down the 23rd fairway that we've seen today. Basket is perched just a few feet short of the water's edge, making this not only a long hole at 533 feet, but also a very treacherous green. Seems as if there is some uncertainty whether Paul is out of bounds or not. I think he's going to move over to the drop zone. McBeth has told him to throw declare a provisional shot. A provisional is an opportunity to throw an extra shot when you are unsure of a ruling. So if you are unsure as to how something needs to be played, you can call a provisional shot, and then when you play them out from both the original lie as well as your provisional shot, you can then bring that into the tournament director or get a group call or decision, and you will not be penalized. However, you must declare that it is a provisional shot before you throw it. So we're going to move in on the group, find out exactly what they're discussing. Again, I know it has something to do with the provisional opportunity as well as if he's out of bounds or not. And this wind is just howling off of the lake right now.
Yeah. That's nice of you guys. Paul, there's a stick up there right at your disc. It's right off the land, and I marked it. Is this your book? All right, provisional.
And Paul has just declared his provisional. Throwing a sky-colored disc up into the sky makes it very challenging to find. However, it looks like he is on the left-hand side. Adam Olson throwing next with a forehand. And Schusterick will be up to throw next. Looks like he's going to use a forehand as well. Oh, and a very nice shot by Schusterick. Almost wanting to jump up and skip in. We have confirmed that Paul's shot was certainly in the water. And we just saw McBeth approach as well.
Are they done? Provisional.
Oh, and Ulibarri almost puts in. A little help. This is from Paul's drop zone shot is what they're trying to locate. It looks like it had gone deep as well.
Pretty makeable. What?
And the crowd wanted AO's putt to go in as it somehow circled around. He tells us he was just trying to lay it up, and however it circled around the basket and almost went in the backside. Wow, and Paul Ulibarri makes a phenomenal putt here, which could be for his penalty 4. Paul McBeth has sealed the deal with that putt. Absolutely amazing effort here by all these gentlemen. And Paul playing extra with his provisional opportunity, so to speak. This is Schusterick. Schusterick, no good from 15 feet with a 40-mile-an-hour wind that is just howling, and Adam Olson taps in. We're moving on to our 24th and final hole of the day. I cannot state enough the wind that was just on that peninsula green. Any putt from outside of 3 feet was very challenging. We saw a phenomenal effort by both McBeth and Ulibarri there.
Hi, I'm Holly Finley. We're here at Westlake Park, hole 24. This is the Pro Tee Pad. It's 492 feet uphill, and the basket is down to the right. I'm just going to try to land it in the middle and go from there.
Yeah, 3. I'm sorry. Yeah, she's right. Sorry, dude.
We see the third card coming in on us on hole 2. Here on our final hole, we have Paul McBeth on hole 24. Adam Olson straight up the middle. And Schusterick takes a very interesting bounce. And Paul McBeth with a safe shot up the middle as well. Thank you everyone for tuning in to our live broadcast today here at SmashboxxTV. Of course, we've got to send a big shout out to Johnny V back at the control room. Johnny V doing all of your stats and updating and keeping us on the ball as to what's going on. Thanks for everything back at home, Johnny V. Also Andrew for working the bag this weekend. No easy task. And again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, working your commentary and your camera footage this weekend. Looking forward to seeing you guys next weekend for the Minnesota Amateur Championships. Just a few holes, a few moments. We'll be wrapping up the Rumble. And Ulibarri's shot is just a bit low. And Paul has approached here within a few feet of the pin. Very nice gallery that has formed out here today. This is Paul Ulibarri for his 3. High and tight, Adam gets it to stick. Schusterick left with 18 feet. Schusterick makes good. Tight.
I don't know. It's at 72 total.
84. Yes.
72 Iron Man.
Can't even count balls.
And unfortunately, this all comes down to a typo. We have it listed here as drop zone. Red square is drop zone, and somebody did not put it here, but it's drop zone.
You had a players meeting this morning, right?
Yeah, Chase.
Players meeting overrules.
What? Look, players meeting said.
You didn't say anything about it.
Didn't say anything about it.
Said go to your caddy book.
Go to your caddy book. And I want to go to Chase. He's already talked to me about it, and he says that unfortunately, just because it's a typo doesn't mean it's still not a drop.
Well, a typo. I mean, what if every single player read it the correct way, which it says the number, and then they all do
Correct.
it? They don't get strokes.
Yeah, my opinion is it wasn't said at the players meeting, so I think it should be
like they should have
the
said
players
something
meeting.
at the
Should have said something about it.
That's my opinion.
It is marked here.
But that's what I was saying. The players meeting overrules the caddy book.
Dot doesn't mean a red dot doesn't mean what hole on that actually says the wrong hole.
Okay.
Does everybody agree? I mean,
That's my opinion. Is the players meeting overrules the caddy book, and that's the main reason.
What's your consensus? I don't know if it dictates anything. I think
are where you are, you want to be in your place environment. Well,
I'm just saying,
yeah,
you got to play by the rules.
Absolutely. What do you think?
I mean, if it says it in the caddy book, that's all I would know. I wasn't at the players' meeting, so I have no idea.
They just didn't mention anything about
go to the caddy book, or the caddy book's your Bible, that's what you go on.
Yep.
And we did.
Okay.
And that's my opinion.
I think that the other TDs are saying that it should be a drop zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's your final call, but
what I think and what I mentioned to them too is that the typo is kind of shitty.
It's a big one.
Yeah, it's a big typo, and it's probably for.
I think we should go to the bigger rule book, which is the PDGA rule book, and see what it says, and then make a final decision after that.
Okay. I don't want to know like the circumstances because I don't want to make a call based on a biased circumstance. So I'm going to go with the fact that it's not here. So then the drop zone is irrelevant on that hole. Okay. Because
I heard it.
I mean, we've all said it
affects other players too. I've heard that
it does.
Other people.
It does affect other players, and if you're going by what it says here, it doesn't say anything about a drop zone.
Yeah.
So that's yes. So, however, your score is affected, I'll count up here. Right.
So the final thing is it's where I went out.
That's what I think he's saying. I would just still wait.
I mean, it doesn't affect what place I get. I'm just saying it probably affects Barsby who did it and other players in the U.S. They play provisional. Yeah. Right. But I don't think other people did. Like there's a bunch of people who did it. Right. I don't know. I wasn't at the players meeting, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I apologize for I didn't get that information to you guys. Like I said, I got the bars.
Because that would just mean that if a players meeting overrules the book, then you just have to read the book out of the players meeting. You don't have to have a players meeting. They did play provisional. They did, but I'm saying I guarantee there's other.
I saw playing it. I had them play the provisional, and I told them basically what I told you is we'll sit down at the rounds end, we'll talk to Chase. You know, it was a typo in the book. How do we want to give them a typo? Right. It was supposed to be discussed with you guys at the player meeting. They oversighted it, whatever. So how do we want to?
I got you at 78.
Yeah, and the reality of it is it's kind of a hard decision.
Yeah, you count mine.
Yeah, yours is.
You ready?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, because as far as I know, if you have a players meeting, you're just supposed to read the book out. And whatever is said at the players meeting overrules the caddy book.
Probably should fix this too.
Yeah, I saw that.
See the 4 on my phone?
That's a 4?
Yeah.
And then his final decision was it's a 4, right?
I'll wait for you.
He said, I think he said over there, I don't know.
Yeah, he said he could talk to Chase. I might be
just to see what the outcome. Essentially, it's going to come down to the cards.
All right, well, after some discussion, we're going to go ahead and catch up with Paul McBeth here, and we'll see what's going on. Hello, everyone, and welcome. We are joined by our champion, Paul McBeth. Paul, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk to everyone loud and clear at home. We got to get over the wind, as I guess you guys did all day. Tell everyone about that round.
The round started out sloppy for myself. I definitely gave up some strokes real early, but through that middle section and the longer holes, I was able to get it back together and come out with a decent round. I think Will probably had the hot round in this wind, so he got me by 1, so I can't complain.
Yeah, now already on hole 2, you had a bad break with a tree, went into the water, and I believe Paul got 2 or 3 strokes on you. Ulibarri, who was charging on you, got 2 or 3 strokes, and then you went on to hole 3, and you actually went, hole 4, you actually went out of bounds, and there was a couple birdies on the card. What were you thinking at that point?
I actually thought I had more strokes than I honestly did. After yesterday, I didn't really keep track of what, the scores were, and he was actually within 2 after I caught it. and I just went into 5 knowing that I needed to, catch up and play a little bit better. And luckily, I still had that 2 strokes to, have some cushion to keep on moving.
So what's more exciting, the win or the lack of rain here on a championship afternoon?
They're both really satisfying. They had, I think it was 60-70% chance of rain today, and it's held off, but we definitely had some wind to make up for that.
Okay, so talk a little bit about the area. They've been gracious enough to put on this amazing A-tier. I've had a great time. It seems like all the players have. Talk a little bit about the area and the golf and what you've experienced this week.
The area is awesome. I mean, these championship courses so close together, and Iowa in general has some of the best courses I've ever played. So this is one of my favorite spots to come, whether it's Davenport, Illinois, or Des Moines. It's just, if you can, come out and play in Iowa. Awesome golf, awesome courses, and awesome people. I mean, there's a huge gallery here right now, which is awesome to see.
Absolutely. So one of the things they did is they pushed back the tee times so that we could get a big gallery and a lot of people that came out and watched. And we hope everyone at home was enjoying the action. I don't think I could overstate enough just how windy it was out here. Which was worse, here or Texas?
It was a little colder here than Texas. I think here had a lot more water and actual true OB than Texas. So here it was a little more difficult to maneuver around. And then you had the trouble here, which Texas didn't really have that. So overall, I would say the wind here was tougher.
So you know that strokes can swing in any given direction out here with some of these really tight fairways and with all the OBs you talked about. Where did you finally feel comfortable? Was there a spot at any point where you finally felt, okay, I think I've got this in the bag?
Hole 23.
Hole 23, okay.
Yeah.
And for everyone that was at home watching, what was some of the debate or the discussion to clarify what was happening on 23?
They mismarked it in the caddy book. They had a drop zone labeled on the course, but they didn't have it in their caddy book, and there was a typo overall. But the TD, they had a players meeting this morning. They didn't discuss that they had a typo, so I think they're still talking about it. The TD said he's going to make his final decision without knowing what the scores are, so we'll find out.
That's sometimes how it happens. So I caught up with you earlier in the week, and one of the things you said is you haven't been winning this year. What was different this weekend? Do you feel like you did anything differently, or did it just all come into place for you?
I putted a lot better this weekend overall for all 3 rounds, and I didn't really get into trouble. I had a couple bogeys, but those were OB bogeys. I wasn't getting them in the fairway, going out in the rough and bogeying. I was able to save my pars throughout the weekend, and I think that was the biggest factor, was fewer OBs and just staying away from those bogeys.
All right. Any parting shots that you want to share with anyone, to everyone that was at home watching or beyond? Any parting shots you want to say?
Yeah, just thanks for watching. I'm sure Terry's going to be doing this a lot more this year, and we'll see you guys at the GBO.
Okay, so final question then for you is, you've won, you've got this on lockdown, you did it, you changed it up. Now is it time to shave?
I don't know. It is hockey playoff time.
Hockey playoff time. All right, well, there you have it. That is your Rumble champion, your 2-time world champion, Paul McBeth. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy with SmashboxxTV. We hope that you've enjoyed the broadcast. If we can, we're going to see if we can catch up with some of the other winners out here. But if we don't, we'd like to say thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Please share, like, and contact us if you need anything. We can be there for you. Again, Paul McBeth, Terry Miller, Disc Golf Guy. That's your 2014 Rumble presented by Matt Schlabach and the Quad Cities.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
What is like the thing that tells you the disc is done? When you like, now this is ready?
When he puts it in his bag. When he puts it in his bag, it's ready. Yeah, we kind of throw it, test the different runs, and go with what's flying the best, most consistent. We can go up and down with different weights to change the flights and do different stuff as we're testing them. You know, different colors matter also. So.
The weight's going to be more weight now. The weights are about 8 grams difference.
We made and designed the mold to do a specific thing. So we're out there testing the mold, testing the plastics to make sure that's how we design the disc so it can fly the way we want to.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is the Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, the Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
Hey everyone, we are back and joined by our presenting sponsor in Matt Schlabach. Matt, the Rumble has wrapped up, at least on the men's side of things. Talk a little bit about what this weekend meant to you in the Quad Cities.
You know, I'm just happy to have everybody out here. You know, we had a lot of good players. You know, it was real windy. The courses were challenging, but the rain held off, but it was awesome. It was a good weekend. You know, I'm excited to have everyone here.
All right, so now this has been a couple years running. Talk a little bit about what you're going to look forward to in the future.
You know, possibly we got a new course coming in, maybe adding that course into the rotation next year. You know, bringing in more players, getting more cash, possibly adding a rec field, or, you know, this year we didn't have age protected divisions. Next year, possibly getting that back in. So there's a lot of good things to look forward to.
How many people did you have here this weekend?
We had 220 players.
220 players for this PDGA A tier, which is awesome. Well, I'd like to say thank you for the amazing time that we had here in the Quad Cities. Everybody's been so gracious and helpful, and it's, you know, you guys have some world-class courses, and we're glad we could be here to help show them off.
Appreciate it. I'm glad to have you.
All right, well, there you have it. This is the man. This is Matt Schlabach. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We're going to sign out of the Quad Cities. We're looking forward to seeing you guys in Minnesota next weekend for the Minnesota Amateur State Championships. I'm sorry, the Minnesota Amateur Championships. Again, Matt, Terry, and we'll catch you guys next time.